Oh, sorry about that. Okay, here I am, back in town. Whew. Catch my breath. All right. Sorry about that. Oops. All right. All right. Let's see. I'll cut that out. Stop that. All right. Whew. Sorry about that. I had to answer that door. Okay. Hopefully, no more interruptions. All right. Here we go. What was I doing? Okay. Here I am. Okay. Let me grab this. All right. That's what I was doing. No, I can't do that. All right. Now we can see. All right. Let's see. What's this over here? All right. Let's. Sorry, people. I'm just trying to fix this without having to redo the whole thing. I'm trying to see if it'll look any better, which I think it will. Let me see. Let's grab the both of these. And we'll just do the same. I'll just take out like that. Take this right here. All right. Like this, and then we'll grab it like this, and I'm sorry, I'm still a little bit catching myself from running up and down the stairs. Let me zoom back on this and check it out a little. Let me see what that looks like. Lloyd. Okay. What if I put it back like this? Yeah, I like that better. But it might have to be smaller. Hold on, let me check. All right. Okay. All right. I think I'm liking this. Let me see. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Yeah. All right. Okay. I think I like that a little better. Okay. All right. Sorry, I wish I was a little bit more familiar with the program, but I'm an artist. I spent most of the time yesterday drawing on paper and pencil, you know. I gotta get those doodles in. I have, I drew a few faces, some crazy stuff too. Dude with three heads. It was kind of crazy too. Let me see. I don't know if y'all want me to take time for this, but it'll look like this. Let me see. Okay, let me show you something. Mm, all right. Okay. The head's kind of was like this. One is over here, and one kind of looked like a fish. I don't know why. I guess because I left a lot of area between his face, his eyes, his nose, and he had big lips. Right. So one's head went like this, and the other head is over here like this. His neck like this, like that. And then the third one's head is up here like this, looking down on him. And wide cheekbones. on all of them. Kind of out here like this. And then the jaw belongs out and the thing was that, well, I think this one up top was a little bit closer. I think it was a little bit closer. Like this. And then what I did, I don't know if y'all can see this. um, and then I brought the shoulders up. It's kind of like this and like this. So I didn't draw the body. It's just because there's another character over here. I was doodling. I was just playing around with it. And then I drew like a axe thingy here. And this dude had horns. And then I drew another head over here, which was really good. But I didn't get the chance to draw the body. So I, that's going to be an interesting character. That's going to be an interesting character because I was thinking about the arms and all kinds of things. So that's going to be an interesting character. So, matter of fact, I'm glad I drew that on a separate layer because I could keep it and play with it later. Well, I'm gonna scan the heads and bring them in. I just didn't have time to do it because I was late, and I didn't want to miss another show. So where am I? Where am I? Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Do the do the. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, do that thing. Do that right. Okay. Oh, do that thing. Okay, what are we trying to do now? We're gonna try to finish designing. Okay, we can start. Let me get these inks and get a thin one up in here. 15, I think it's thin enough. Maybe we should go 10 right now. Maybe I should try to go a little quick with this. Okay. Where is the inks? No, wrong color. Boom. All right. Okay, let's see what I can do with this. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna have to Yeah, I'm gonna have to change angles. That's definitely not happening. Okay, I got two. Oh, I got the wrong pen. Yeah, I gotta get more familiar with these things. Cause I know I'm not fast. Ah, I'm not fast. And let me see something. All right, we're gonna have to do this. Take care of this too. Sorry, people. I keep thinking I'm hearing things, and I'm very suspicious and cautious individual. Okay, what am I thinking of? See, can't have a whole bunch of different things running on your mind. You I'm drawing. Let me see, his pinky would be back here. Okay. Should have drew this so I didn't have to do it now. Okay. Shouldn't take me this long either. Out of practice drawing these things, man. Excuse me. When you forget your process, man, that's what I used to fly through fingers. Now I'm thinking every inch of the way. Hands used to be my thing. Um, Everything's wrong. This for index fingers too long. I think the pinky's way off too. See. Hmm. I'm getting this wrong. Struggling with the finger. I never used to get that wrong. Let's see. Okay, there's three. Yeah, three. So let me see. Okay. Okay, I think I see what I'm doing wrong. Let me see. All right, that's what's going on. Okay, let's see if I can get this right now. And it's turning the wrong way. Let me see. All right. All right. Let me see. And then this one comes forward. And then the tip. And boy, it's still off. Dang, I never used to struggle with fingers. Guess this one's gonna give me troubles too. Damn, it was busted. I never used to struggle with fingers. Maybe at the beginning, but then I got my process down, and then I guess it's forgetting my process, man. You forget your shorthand. It's a shorthand. This finger looks like it needs to be moved over. Let me see. Yeah, maybe this one's suffering from the same thing. This This is cramped in here. Maybe I should turn the handle off. Hold on. Okay, this is stunted in here. Let me see. There's definitely a trick to this. And I forgot my little tricks. Okay, this is definitely wrong. What it is getting the angles right. Those fingers start going out. Gotta get the angles right. Otherwise, they look like spaghetti going every which way. And this one's got to. All right. I'm starting to like it. The pinky is better, but this one isn't. I gotta start drawing with ink instead of that light pencil so that I can get finished faster. Let me see. This is where this comes. Mm, mm, mm. It's the angle. It's the angle. You got to have an angle. Hanover. Okay. That's starting to look better. Okay, let me see. Let me try and clean this up a little bit. That's looking better. See, I guess it's best to see y'all, let y'all see me struggle and finally eventually get it done. See how I get through it. And if I get the results that I'm looking for, I guess it helps everybody along the way, right? In fact, I can bend this up a little bit too. Down, maybe bring this in a little bit. I think this is coming over too far. That's what it is. All right, let me see. It's about getting the knuckles and the pads right on the bottom. And then your distance from each other too. I might have to be here for a minute getting this all right. Yeah, I struggle like this with my inks. That's why I haven't been doing them on uh, live streams or videos because I struggle with it. Struggling with a lot of things, but it's getting to where I'm almost back to. Even right now, I'm learning. I'm learning right now. It's coming back. What I'm saying. I just don't be. I don't draw enough hands like I used to. I need to draw a lot more hands. A lot more of this. Okay, let me clean this up. This is a little big. Let's check. Same thing with my thumbs. I think it's off, but it's getting there. I had a shortcut for all of this. That's what it is when you don't draw. You lose all your little shortcuts as an artist. I didn't forget how to draw. You can see it. It's just that I would have been finished this in like 2 seconds. And now I'm searching to find the one. Searching to find the one. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. I'm liking it a lot better now. Okay. See, I didn't intend to be it's better. Not 100% where I want it, but it's a lot better. Because the fingers start turning away really quick. The fingers start going in their separate directions, kind of. And you got to kind of, there's a curve to them. Like they kind of go, and then the other one goes this way, and this one goes this way. So you got to, and at the right, depending on where your eye is, this one could go up kind of curving this way, and this one could curve this way. It's crazy. So yeah, like if you have your camera in the right way, you're gonna put your focus on, this one could kind of. I think that's how I did it. Because I'm telling you, there was never an angle I couldn't hit. Never. That's what it is. I think it's these little things right here. Again with the parentheses. There it is. There it is. You gotta get, because you gotta remember there's knuckles, fingernails. And you gotta bump for the knuckle, bump for the knuckle. And if you get the angles right and get these pads right on the bottom, it just comes together. Leave a little length for the tip. That's what she said. And the knuckles up here comes out from underneath. And it's all about this and this. Oh, when this is coming down, it's all about this. You could even like this, and then there's another. Because I know there's a separation. There's a separation here. I'm remembering it. There's a separation that you can get. Maybe I should do that separate day because of messing with my time. But it's and this is the fingernail. So you gotta kind of leave some space. And then this comes back, and this comes back here. And then this is the skin between the webbing between the fingers. Matter of fact, I think that's how you. I think that's how you do it. Let me see. I think I found it. Let me see. You put your outside here, then you got your pad on the inside, and your pad. Got your knuckle. Eventually, something's got to go straight. Remember, everything is about your angles. Yes, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. But we're not gonna mess around. But it's getting there. It's getting there. I'm liking the hand a lot more. I might move the pinky over a smidge. You see, grab this baby like this. And, okay, hold on. Let's see what I can work with here. I know this has got to get skinny right here. Okay, okay, let me see. Now let's keep fingernails out of it. It's just confusing things. Okay, I think I gotta erase some of this over here. All right, let's see. This is in the wrong spot. Otherwise, we're really close. Really close to a eureka moment. It's probably about this over here somewhere. Okay. Yeah, Pinky went wayward on me real quick. Let me see if I can recover. Struggling on the Pinky, man. Okay, there's a knuckle. And that comes out from underneath the knuckle. And the knuckle. Pinky. Knuckle. Pinky. Okay. Okay. Let's get some more height over there. And maybe some more height. Oops. Some more height over here. See, that's when you have your technique down. You have your technique, you don't have these problems. Because it's bang, bang, bang. You throw your strokes down. See, it's like these. This right over here that I was showing you over here. You can see that there's a difference in the fingers. There's a difference in how I went about it. When that pinky is. I know there's a. I have my technique, man. I just. It's flawed now because I'm searching for it. I don't know it. Gotta keep on when you're searching. Searching to find one. Searching to find one. Gotta keep on when you're searching. Searching to find one. Searching to find one. Can't cramp the fingers either. Maybe that's what it is. Hold on, let me see. Maybe. Maybe that's what it is. Yes, yes. You leave it for now. Yeah, now this pinky toe. Ain't nothing but a pinky toe. Hey, because you can't really move that over anymore. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Okay. You know that's more right than wrong. You know that? That's the problem right there. That's more right than wrong. Okay. And let me see. And the knuckle is what's coming back to it right here. Okay, let me see. Clean this up a little. Okay, let me see if I can. You gotta remember the knuckle is. And knuckle is kind of like a different plane. Something like that. There's a separation in there. I forgot where I learned that. That's definitely a lot better. We just gotta plump it up a little. I'm checking my own hands now, making sure I'm getting the right angle. That's what it is. I'm missing the angle. This should be. This comes out. It's almost there. Let me see. See, this is what's wrong with digital because if I was doing this the real way, the traditional way, I'd have to erase and make corrections. I couldn't just do what I'm doing here. I lost the angle on my knuckles, but that's basically where it should be. Let's see. Ooh, okay. Okay. It's a little better. See, all of that digital stuff didn't went to waste. I should have just did it from scratch in the first place. Because I'm learning, so it's better for me to do it the traditional way. Erase it and start over. Okay. I think what I'm getting wrong here is this too. I think there's a, and then this comes, it's like one goes into the other. This one goes here. This one comes across, and this one goes up. And like I said before, there's like three stages. There's the inside to the, and there's here, then there's the back, and there's inside. So, and there's the knuckle, and then there's the tip, and there's the knuckle, and this. The direction of this right here means everything. All of this means everything, and then right here, the direction. And right here, all these, I know that the fingers is really tricky. All these little angles and dips make a difference. Okay, and the thumb is always facing like this, kind of. Well, you can do it straight like this. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's right. This is becoming a hand tutorial. Hand gesture. This thumb is wrong. Cause let me see the. This would be more like here. This would come down here like this. Then this would start ringing, and then the knuckle, and I know it's not that long. Length and everything matters. Don't let nobody tell you that. Okay. That's the girth. It's the girth. Hmm. That's basically kinda. I know I'm spending way too much time on this. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, yeah, I'm glad I'm back too, man. Glad to see you back. How was your weekend? I'm just showing a little bit of I'm trying to ink this, but I had to get the hand right first, and then I just saw that my hand was my technique is all jacked. Oh, this is horrible. No, this is horrible. It's gotta be cleaner than this. It's got to be cleaner than that. I gotta. I'm right now. I'm working on getting the fingers right. I hate when my anatomy is off, and my anatomy is off in the hands. But that's basically going to be the last thing. Once I get my anatomy in my hands right, I think everything is going to be back to normal. I've been drawing a lot of punching and stuff. I've been drawing this fight scene in the beginning of Might. These are like 10, 20 pages. Well, the first 10 or 20 pages, because that also includes a little bit of exposition that lets you know what's going on with the story. Yeah, this thumb is the wrong way. This is definitely the wrong way. Hold on. That's why I'm feeling this is off. Just turn that a little. And this one goes this way. Let's see how. Okay. Here's a knuckle. And the thumb goes. Subtle stuff. Some of the stuff is very subtle. And if you can master that subtlety, hands are probably going to be the most difficult thing to master because they can go in crazy directions really quick. That's why I would use my own hand. That's what I've been looking at. I've been using my own hand this whole time to get this right. I had to stop drawing and take a look at it because it's my right hand. And I'm right-handed. Did. I think I need to turn this a little. Let me see. No, that's right. Maybe I can even put it a little further down. Like this. Like this and 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 like that and Okay, hold on me. I'm losing something. Okay, there it is. Okay, the knuckle is here. Alright, I think I got the angle. It's not the right angle. Okay. It's missing somewhere. Chunk. That pinky's too tight. Now that it's backed off, it's gotta have a little bit more. Okay. Okay, let's get a little bit more thickness to the tip. That's what she said. You see the three sections of the finger? That's what you always got to make sure to get that three sections. That's where it is. That's where it is. Oh, I'm getting my angles now. Starting to like it. Starting to like it. Okay, let me see. This goes here. Okay. All right. And then you'd have your nail on the end. This, like this, like that. And I'll go to the end over there. All the way over. Like that. Once you get your fingertips right, all of that'll slide right into the. See, the pinky came out right, but this one came off a little. That's because I'm not getting it. I gotta practice. I want to start just drawing hands. Get my technique back. And y'all get to see it. Y'all get to watch the. You're not seeing the technique, but you're seeing the result. From now on, yeah, I'll be finishing doing all my fingers. Every time I draw, I'm gonna make it a point to draw everything so that that doesn't happen again. Okay. Sorry I'm taking so long, but I'm a perfectionist, man. I do not like my stuff not looking good. And this is what's taking me so long until I get this stuff tight. All right, I'm gonna have to fade this out and come back over the top of it again. When I getting my inks tight. Start drawing darker. That's what I'm gonna start doing. Starting with about these type of color, so that I don't have to keep going over it as much. That's what it is. I'm missing the see because there's a disconnect in the pads. I'm telling you, that's what I'm missing. And there's a knuckle and it kind of disconnects. See, see how it kind of it's like two separate parts of the finger, the bottom and the top. And when you get that right, it just comes together really nice. And I've forgotten that. And in just one little couple of minutes, it's popping right back into my head. It just comes from not doing it. Just comes from not doing it. Now this looks like a Claude. Okay, Claude. Old rickety stuff. Yeah, rickety knuckles. And then this one box them out, really. But it's about the pads, keeping them separate. I'm losing it now. Getting too messy. This is really becoming a finger lesson, finger tutorial thingy. You're gonna have to learn these things. Everybody's got to learn these things because that's you're gonna be making these hands. You're gonna make your hands like this every time you want to do magic or something like that. Do abilities. You just can't be doing fists all of the time. Sometimes you gotta come up with all of these individual stuff. I seen a lot of guys. I watch a lot of comics explain because I don't get any of the new comic books. So I watch comics explained. I watch the 3 hour and the 2 hour joints where he collects all of the stories together. And sometimes I freeze the art a lot and I see how they do this. Some guys do two fingers together, like in the middle. They get the two fingers in the middle together, and then have the index finger off and the pinky like that, kind of. So pinky off to the side a little bit, and then Remember these angles with the thumb. Thumbs gets tricky too. That has angles of their own. You gotta know where to get thin and where to get thick. Again, look at your hand. It's the best reference you can use. Except for when you're drawing. You got your wrist. You got your wrist coming down. But yeah, you gotta learn how to draw these things. You're gonna need that stuff. I don't know. I don't try to connect my fingers. Sometimes I guess I would do it because there might be times for it, but I don't remember doing that in real life. Homeboy who does it, he does it well, so it doesn't bother me when I see it in drawings. It's a technique and it works. I have no problem with it, but for me, I like to separate my fingers and make them individuals. Give you something else to look at. All right, let me get back to it because this is getting way out of hand. Yes, it's getting way out of hand. All right. Let me clean this up. But I am having fun doing it. I'm sorry. I know that I'm wasting time, but I'm learning a lot as far as getting my form back to where it's supposed to be. I'm having a lot of fun with that. Not being confident in what you can do is the worst things. And my confidence is definitely coming back. So you, like I say, when I draw with pencil, my confidence is way higher. Drawing with ink with this digital thing is, I don't know, man. It's just not the same. All right, where am I? Okay, I'm on inks. Where is my inks? I thought I marked the inks. What a bumble. Oh, damn, I did the wrong layer. Dig nabbit. All right. Well, what are we going to do? It's all on one layer, so what? We just put it inks. No, it's not. That goes on the gray. Well, how did I get it on the gray? How did I get it on the grid? See, that's what happens when you distracted drawing. That's what happens when you distracted drawing. I was showing everybody these three heads and all of this stuff like that, the different characters I was doodling, and I got distracted with my thought processes. Now I got this thing here. All right, the inks is on the. All right, what the hell? We don't need to worry about it, do we? Do we? Do we? Let me see. Let me try to correct this arm a little. Okay. Let's clean this up. All right. Let me see. This will come down here. See, I shouldn't be doing all of this. Should not be all of this line is in here. See, if this is pencil, I mean paper, I know how to do this. But it's, yeah, that's better. You know, I don't see what I'm doing. I guess I'm watching other people do this and I'm trying to mimic what they do. I see David Finch comes in here with quick strokes. He goes bang and then bangs, and then he'll come in and tighten it up later with the heavier inks, the thicker. That's why I'm using really thin here, because I just want to get the outline. Then kind of get rid of all of that gray stuff in the back, and then ink it in. Let's see. This stuff gotta go. Don't worry, people. We're gonna get this a lot faster. I'm going to be practicing. You're gonna be here. Well, I'm not gonna make any promises, but we're gonna be practicing it. We're gonna be doing this as many days out of the week as possible until this is all finished. Um, this is how I basically did it with Mite stuff. Well, this is Mite stuff. This is Mite Universe, but yeah, like I said, it took me a long time. It took me a long time because this digital is so much different. I don't have any texture stuff, so there's no real drag. Everything is your finger. It slides across the surface. And then if you put too much stability, stabilization, it corrects everything for you. It's like all your lines are not your own. See, that's what I have to do. I have to get used to drawing with this hard line. That way, I don't never have to come to this point and tracing. I'll just already be here because I'm already done it. Like I did with the sub drawing. Instead of doing all of this, it would have been, I'm like drawing it 3 times. And I've seen guys do that, but every time they're doing it, they're going into the next step of the process. Like they'll do the thin lines here, and then when they come back, they got a thicker line that they're putting in. And then that will actually represent the darks and the see the way Dave Finch does it. See, he won't need if I got a fin, say the lights come in this direction, um, and I have this thin here. I don't have to come back in. I just have to thicken up some of the areas here, and just some of the things. But the way I got it, it's a mess. It's all liney and scratchy. See, I'm gonna have to see. Dave Finch knows what he's doing at every step. So me, I'm probably gonna have to do all of the shading and shadowing and cross hatching in pencil first. See, he knows where he wants to do his lines and his inks and his. I have no clue what I'm doing with my inks. I've been practicing, but I'm still, like I said, it's not something I spent years doing. I've just been mostly a penciler on the subway, drawing to occupy my time on the subway so I can draw my ass off. I'm not, I know I should be more humble about it, but I believe I could draw my ass off. That's just how I feel. And, but I know where I'm lacking. I've always been honest with myself because that's how you get better, by being honest. You know, knowing where, seeing where you lack, being able to spot your own shortcomings and correct it. That's what makes you a better artist. That's what makes you the type of artist that you people look for, or that you admire and follow and try to replicate and be like. Excuse me. Don't worry, we're not going nowhere no time soon. See how much of this we can get done. Maybe I am looking at it too close. Maybe that's another problem. That. Okay. All right. Hey, my weekend is fine. Hope it's too. Yeah, mine's is nah. Like I said, family issues I had on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Eh, kind of ruined everything for me. I wanted to do a lot more drawing, so it was kind of all right. Yesterday, I didn't come up here to draw, so I just did a lot of drawing on pencil and with pencil and the paper while I was watching TV. I was trying to relax, get all that stuff out of my head, and just get back into the drawing and designing my characters and doing what I felt was necessary for moving forward. It's fine just to do your thing. I'm gonna just watch here. Okay, thanks a lot. So you always bring a sketchbook and a pencil on your way commuting? On the subway? Nah, that was back in the day when I was working. That was I had to stop working to help with my mom. So, well, I got hurt on the job, but actually that's what happened. I got hurt on the job, and I was out for like 2 years, and compensation finally paid off. And I was like, yo, moms, I gotta head back to work, man. I can't just stay here. I'm a grown ass man. I gotta make my cash. So she was like, she was for 2 years. She had me driving her back and forth to the doctors. I was there helping with the buying groceries, everything. I was there. I worked nights, so I couldn't be there for her. I was sleeping in the day and I was out at night, so I couldn't really be there for her. But I wasn't doing anything, and I was heading to doctor's appointments, and just so happened my doctor was on the same road. It's a long road, but it was on the same road. It was like a mile up the road from where her doctor was. So I started riding with her. Um, and it kind of became, we was commuting together. So it was like I would go to my doctor's appointment. I would go to her doctor's appointment. She liked it because I could stay with the car, and she didn't have to worry about parking and meters and paying meters and all of that stuff and having to keep going up and down the stairs to feed the meter. So I would stick with the car and I would draw. But before that, um, for years, I was drawing on the subway, going back and forth to work. I had stopped drawing. I was hanging out in the streets doing a lot of thug stuff. And I had stopped drawing. So in my 30s, in the 90s, I kind of said, yo, let me get back. Cause all of that stuff was going away. I stopped, kind of fell off of doing that. And I was working at night, and I would go to work, come home, do my dirt, then go to sleep, and then go back to work the next day. So I was, all of my time was my own, man. I was drawing the subway, and I didn't have time to do anything else besides on the subway. So I kind of got back into drawing on the subway. I wasn't drawing anyplace else but on the subway. That's why all of those drawings you see that I've shown uh, were kind of. Let me see if I could show some of them. I think I've shown most of them before. Let me do a quick show if I could find. I know I have one with a bunch of just my sketches. I lined it up just so that I can uh, 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 just so that I can show people how I drew. Let's see if I can. Is that it? Nope. Nope. Fan art. Is this it? Nope. That's some of them. I should have labeled it. See, that's where I have my problems. Here it is. Yeah, here they are. Yeah. And these were all done on the subway, except for one of them. But I'm gonna show y'all right here. I'm gonna show y'all right quick. Well, the color ones wasn't done on the subway, but I'm gonna show. Let me see. Stop sharing. Just take a quick detour. Share. Show this application. Here, right here. Now we're just gonna do a quick slideshow. This I drew back in the 80s when I was a teenager. He's going to be in the book, but he's not going to look like this at first. He's not going to look like this. I'm going to redesign him. I've already redesigned him a couple of times. That's Mega. That's so. This is a couple of drawings I did of them. See, this is a redo in 1985. So it's like could see there was a wall behind him that had supposed to have been getting. He came knocking through it, but I just never got around to finishing all of the background. Like I was doing a lot of stuff back in the day. So this is the redesign. That's from 83 to 2002. See, that's when I redesigned them, 2002. And this was on the subway. This I did on the subway. On the train. About an hour, hour and a half, something like that. In between changing cars and changing trains and all of that. I'd have my book in my hand. I used to put the signs on the buses. So I used to go to different depots. So the sometimes we did interiors and they came in like 100 stack pack. So I would sometimes take some of them. I'd collect like a good stack of them. I look at the back of them, see how clean they were because the ink from the front sometimes rubbed off on the back. So I would, the ones with a lot of ink, thick ink on it, I wouldn't use those because those are the ones that usually left a lot of ink on the back. But the ones that were pretty clean and white, I would grab those up, put them into stacks, fold them in half because they were like 11 by 28s. So when I folded in half, they was 11 by 14. And that's when I would draw these drawings. See, this is one. This was done on the subway. I call this the beheading or beheaded. See, she cut homeboy head off. See how the fingers? I was good with my fingers. Slipping from his axis, slipping from his hand. She's got his head by the hair. See, with just gestures, I could tell what I wanted to do with my hands. You see, I would just do quick stuff. I was supposed to paint this. This was never supposed to be comic book art. This was supposed to be all paintings in digital. I was supposed to scan this into my computer and then digitally paint these. I was teaching myself how to use Photoshop. And I got a virus on my computer, and that it kind of just went to waste. See, this is I did this more not within the last 2 years. I was working on trying to ink this, and you can see it, how choppy is the same type of thing I'm trying to get past now. But I had from a distance it looks good, but up close you can see it's all beat up. But I called this one, what did I call this? The Brawl, something like that. But she was whipping these dudes' ass. She put homeboy down. She put the big dude down. He's the biggest dude. That's the first time I drew a dude in this prone position. This is the one that I showed on Dave Finch and Robert Marzullo. Oh yeah, this smile. This is what I was trying to remember when I was drawing yesterday. Because I like this character. I want to bring him back. I like everything about him. Everything. I like that shoulder, the smile, his look, his head, the ears, everything. I just love the way he came out. So I'm going to try to create a focused character that looks like that. I got to get into all of my. What was I doing back here with his hand? But yeah, I was good with my hands. I was good with every position, man. Look at how see see what I did here? And that's just a quick representation. I didn't really have my problems. This was good for me back in the days. I was happy as hell with my hands. See, look, even on the floor, even in the shadow, the one in the back, I was really good with my hands. I didn't have any problems. Didn't fight. It didn't struggle. Women were hard for me. I was working to get her right. I would struggle with my females in the '90s, and this is 2001. Yeah, but the legs, the angles, I could draw anything from any angle when it came to the human form. It's just trying not to keep her muscular, trying to make her look more feminine and not have her looking all diesel like a dude. That's what I struggled with. I could draw the human form, but making her look feminine and effeminate with women's hips, I struggled with that. This stuff that I showed Dave Finch. He's like, wow. But he let Robin Marzullo talk. I wanted to hear his opinion way more than Robin Marzullo. I'm no offense to Robin Marzullo, but Dave Finch, I know. I got some of his books. Of course, I was looking for him to say shit. So, but yeah, these are. See, I always just threw the pencils in. I didn't worry about hatching and cross hatching. I just shaded it. And it's a lot different when it comes to pencils and I mean inks. You can't just shade, you have to know the techniques. And I never knew the techniques. You see, there's no pencil and inking technique in here. It's just pencil. Just trying to get the gradiated feeling, the fade to darkness, all of that. It's nothing about getting it to pencil form. And even with my weapons, you see a lot of people they'll put a weapon in their character's hand, but they'll always keep it flat so that they can get they can't the blade won't be right. See, like here, I tried to get the angle that the blade pointed towards me. The edge of the blade is pointed out towards me. And that's what I always tried to achieve. I hated some people would put this straight up and down with a flat side, even though it's not in his hand properly. When you want to cut somebody, you going out after the hunt. You're not going to hold the blade straight up and down like that. It's going to be coming towards the the direction that you want to cut in. You're going to be holding that ready to do damage. You're not going to be holding it straight up and down. But you see some artists do that. They can't draw the blade in different angles. And I've practiced all of that type of stuff. They can't draw their weapons in awkward angles and different types of angles. And I've always practiced all of that. This is a character from my Stone God story. This is You're gonna be seeing this guy, but redesigned. You're gonna be seeing this guy in the future. Like I said, I got so many characters that you haven't even seen yet. This guy you're probably gonna be seeing in the future. I gotta redesign him. Well, not much. He's probably gonna have these shoulder things, but I'm probably gonna redesign his head and the collar. Yeah, I like doing that with the hand, with the finger pop out like that. I used to like doing that a lot. I kind of struggled with my knees back then. I didn't like this knee. I still don't. Still don't like that knee. He's Diesel. He's really thick and muscular. I like the way that came out. He's really muscular. He looks stunted though. He looks short. But there's nothing else in the picture to really what kind of give you some kind of reference to his height or what he looks like next to an average person. So, and this is a female, I guess, like the darkness. I guess this is why I did this because uh I probably had just got finished reading it because I would get on the subway. Sometimes I wouldn't draw. I would just if I just got finished buying a bunch of comic books, I'd be flipping through the pages. So the darkness and some of those female characters that had demons with uh Witchblade and all of them. And some of them I wanted to have my own characters. So I started doing my own things, coming up with different designs. So after I put the two big demons in there, I said, hey, let me throw a little few smaller dudes riding around on their back. So yeah, so throw that in there real quick. I try to put a hand a little casual. I gotta redo a little bit better than that. This one came out better as far as just a quick representation. Like I said, I used to be so good with hands, I could just throw it in with a quick representation because I knew that all I wanted to do coming up with later would just throw a few lines in and the hand would be there. I knew what I was doing. It was not a problem when it came to my hands. Anything, when it came to the human body, that representing that form, I can draw anything in any position. I didn't. Oh, that's somebody else. That's yours. How did he get in there? That's yours, man. This is Ferret. I showed this on Story Time back in the day when I first started Story Time. This is a character that doing. I didn't get to the others because they wasn't really important. This was I just threw these guys in there because I knew I wanted them on the team. But the Ferret was the guy I was focusing on. It was the first time I drew a character with a long neck and a long body, where I really distorted the form more than normal, like making a big hulking muscular. And there's nobody on the planet looks like that, but this is really distorted because the extra body length and the neck and yeah. Yeah, this is all 94. This is 94. See, I put two L's in my name. I was testing my name. I don't like that. I was only one L. There's only one L. I mean, two L's. This is three, but there's only two L's in my name. Deleal. Delil. Delil. J. Delil. That's going to be the name on my art from now on. This is another character from the Stone God story. There's two more. This is a superhero that I'm I came up with years ago, back in the '90s, on the subway. There's another demon. He's like the head demon guy, the dude in the middle, and these are his minions in behind. I like the way he came out. See, I was in the middle of putting in the fingers and getting ready to define all of that stuff. See, I knew I could do it really quick because I knew I could come back and refine everything. See, having had, I was working on that angle of her face. I want to get a different, more. I don't like this face, but I'm got a. His neck should have been longer. I'm gonna work on something to get him more defined and maybe make him look a little bit more terrifying. Something on bones on horns or something. Something's got a armor. Something he's got a. But you can see I was putting stuff on her, so it was coming. I was refining. Like I said, I'm on the subway. I only have a certain amount of time, and then I got to get off. And then when the next day that I draw, I usually start a new drawing because I got something different on my brain. So I'll start a new drawing. This is Noda. She's from the Stone God story. See, I was working on the background. They live in the forest. I guess I was thinking of the Ewoks, but she's no Ewok. So she's not short. She's regular size. But she's a badass fighting chick. I guess an elf. She has her elfy ears. A wood elf. I would make her face a little bit longer these days. And bigger, this big drawing, and her eyes are a little off. So I would have to fix all of that. This eye, the right eye is too high. But yeah, and this is one of my favorites because it's the first time I put a whole lot of characters together. I think this is when I first started really getting into putting multitudes of characters on a page. And I was working on putting their armor on or whatever garments that they. You see, I was putting his braces together. I was using the leather straps. See how the hands came together? This is just exactly what I'm showing y'all now, that angle. I was so happy with my hands back then. It was so easy. It came so easy for me. Like again, I struggled more with the women because they came out looking more muscular. She was pretty good, pretty good. I wasn't mad at her. But if I remember correctly, I struggled with her, especially the legs. I struggled with the angle. This guy I liked a lot. Look at his hand. This guy I liked a lot. Look at the back muscles. Look at how that came out. That came out really good. Back of his neck. Because I'm not a back drawer. I hardly draw backs. But I made up my mind that I was going to draw them right. I was going to get it right. And I was going to draw a bunch of them. And I just drew a bunch of them from the back. And they came out really nice. I don't know what kind of creatures they are. Somebody said lizard before when I showed them. I don't know if they lizard or reptile or demon. They could be demonic or some kind of strange creatures. But he's the boss. She's trying to get to him. She has to fight all of these dudes first. This dude back here. I drew this twice, and I didn't trace it. I had to just draw it again because I wanted to ink it, and I wasn't sure because I hadn't inked, and so I drew this the second time. I believe this is the one that the first one that I drew. I think was less completed. This one I drew more with the pillars in the back. Do I have this one in here? I think I have the other one in here. It doesn't have the pillars in the back, and I'm not sure if this guy's in the back there or not. And I was drawing this second one so that I could ink it, and I'd still have the original. And I think this one just started coming out so good, and I don't think I bought my pens back then either. What's that? What's those lines? There's blue lines going up and down. I wonder if that's on the drawing of some kind of flaw in the scanning process or something. This is Ramrod. This is the first drawing of Ramrod. He's gonna be in the drawing. He's gonna be in Might. Ramrod. He's not gonna have this outfit though. He look like he's wearing a wife beater. He's wearing a tank top. I was looking to see how I handle the wrinkles in his pants. I wasn't crotch watching. Look, I handled the knee. I like this. I like the way this one came out. The knees, the feet, the foreshortening of the calf muscle, the calf to the feet. That came out good, in my opinion. I think I should have made the giant's hand bigger. I still have problems with this hand. It's too small because it's foreshortened. It should be way bigger. It should look too big for his face because he's putting it right in you at you. And his arm is fully stretched out, so he should be some distance away. So his hand should be almost bigger than his head. So yeah, if I was to put this in the computer, I would I would do the hand separately and then make it bigger. Make it bigger. Might have to draw the whole thing smaller in order to make the hand bigger and keep it in the picture. But you see, I didn't have problems with. I didn't struggle drawing this on the subway. The hand, it was easy for me. I didn't have any problems with this. I never had problems. See, I had no problems drawing, getting my hand positions. No matter what position I was throwing, looking at. Even just a quick representation, I knew what I wanted. I just throw it out there, and then I'd come back and fine tune it later. I had trouble with her. She was a headache. I couldn't get her breasts right. I couldn't get her shoulders right. Her arms looked too muscular. Her face I couldn't get right. That's why I hit it behind her arm. I don't even think I can get her hair right. I was working on it. She was just looking ugly. They was looking ugly. I just did not like her face, so I just hit it. Said the heck with it. Yeah, DEL. This is 98 on the subway. Homeboy in the back he was a big dog. I don't know who they are. Have no clue. This guy right here, I definitely want to draw him. He's definitely coming to the pages of Might. I don't know his name. I don't know his abilities. I don't know none of these guys' abilities. This guy's probably just a strong dude. I don't know. But he just looks like it. So, yeah. Yeah, yeah. This guy, these guys are. I used to I look at their ankle. I like the foot, ankle. I used to draw my ass off, man. Drew my ass off. I should have showed some of this stuff to somebody. Maybe I could have been drawing. I have no regrets, but maybe I could have been drawing for Marvel and DC. But the problem is, and why I'm glad I didn't do that. This is why I don't have any regrets, because a lot of these characters would have probably wind up being owned by Marvel. And from what EVS and a lot of these guys are saying, Marvel is one of the worst ones. So I'm glad that I didn't go there, because nowadays this is the group that's from Stone God story. This is 85. Yeah, man. So this is a lot. This is how I drew back in 85. This is where I was drawing more bulky muscles, especially in the legs. See how I even formed them different. But I still had a knack for it. And this is when I was like just hitting my 20s, my early 20s. You could see I was pretty good with my hands. I tried to get different angles. See the pinky? I tried to get all of that. This is early in my drawing because, well, I started getting really good around 17, 18. So by 21, 22, I thought this was extremely good, but still, I improved a lot since this. And this is the upgrade. Same dudes. See, upgrade. Same four guys. This is the dude with the ponytail right there up front. And then the dude right here on the side. That's War Bull. He's right there. Look at them hands, man. I'm telling you. Was nothing I couldn't draw, bro. Nothing. Nothing. Look at that. No angle. I couldn't hit. See how the hands going backwards? No angle. And it was easy. Look at it. No fingers definition, but I knew what I wanted. Just the outline. Boom, boom, boom. I just threw it in there. That's how I drew. I boxed it in and then I came in back in and I fill it in. I had a technique. This is my technique right there. I would just throw the representation. I knew that certain things were squared, like the face of the fist is always rectangular, always rectangular. I kind of put a curve in where the knuckles go. You can see how there's a curve right here where the knuckles go. From the first one to the middle one goes up, and then to the down to the last three to the pinky goes down because the pinky gets tinier. The same thing on this side. Same thing with all of them. Kind of had like an angle. The pinky was the smallest. The index finger was the longest, so it was like a rectangle, but it was kind of one side was longer than the other. Same thing with everything, and then you have to have your knuckles. You have to leave room for your knuckles. But I'm telling you, when I had a knack for the human body for years, ever since I was 13, 14, 12, probably 10. Well, how old are you? 7? sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade, I was good. I was pretty good. I mean, I showed it. And this is Turnbull. He's gonna be in the story. He's one of my favorite characters too. 2001. He's definitely gonna be. He's got a whole storyline behind him. One of my favorite characters. One of my top favorite characters. He's got a whole storyline behind him. I've got so much that I want to go into with this guy. He's kind of like he's kind of like he's my Wolverine. He's my ass kicking, uh, taking names, kicking ass, anti-hero type. Just going all out, kicking butt. And then we back to the beginning. Sorry about that. I just, man, now I'm better than this in a lot of ways. The rib cage and all of that. See all this stuff back in here. I'm way better with forming this stuff and the abdomens and stuff. But other things, I'm not. I'm trying to get back to like the knees. Um, I was a little bit better back then with my knees. I got to work that out in my hands. But everything else is coming back into form pretty good. But that's because I haven't been drawing. But my hands, I gotta draw more of my hands now. See, I had these angles, man. No matter what angle I drew, I had it. Even this one is not bad. Yeah. So let me get back to work. No more slideshows. Oh, let's see what we got on here. Yeah, the artwork showed the compliment. Yeah, yeah. Um, Thank you for showing your old artworks you made years ago. It's my first time to see it, and I'm amazed by your drawing skills. Thank you very much. Like I said, I drew ever since I was a kid. I always had a little bit of a knack for it. It's not like I didn't spend the hours and hours drawing that I hear a lot of artists talk about today in order to get good. I always had a knack. And then once I studied muscle magazines, I had muscle magazines, the drawing the Marvel way, um, and comic books, a handful of comic books until I got to be what 15, 14, 15, 16 when I started getting more of an allowance and I was buying. But back then, 30 cents for a comic book, 25 cents for a comic book. So I could spend a couple of dollars, buy uh, uh, 4 or 5 comic books and still had money left over, still had $2, $3 that I could spend on candy and crap. Uh, these days, they are $5 a book, $6 a book. How are children supposed to eat? $20? If you give your child $20 and they bought 4 books, they don't have no more allowance. It's crazy, right? So yeah, um, that's the thing. Uh, People in a many ways, inflation and the cost of things make it worse. That's why they went towards the children. They're going towards the adults. I should say they focused on putting it towards the adults instead of children because they know children don't have that kind of money. So in the '90s, it was grown ass men like me buying comic books. And gestures, excellent. Thank you. At practice, I came to practice, man. I had to focus When I was in my teens, I tried to draw hands and they was coming out horrible. And everything was a fist back when I was a kid. Everything is either a fist or did I put that? No, I gotta put that out. I have some of my earliest stuff that I did on the video. I'm gonna put it up today if I can. I think I have to just do the thumbnail, but I think it's about 20 minutes long or so, 20 something minutes long. And I showed my earliest stuff that I still owned, that I didn't lose, that I still had possession of, that wasn't too damaged. This is stuff that had to be when I was in about six, from sixth to eighth grade, because they were drawn on construction paper. And even back then, like I said, I always drew either profile or from the front. But even then, you could see that I had kind of a knack for the human form. It wasn't too far off from how I drew when I was in my teens, and then it wasn't too far off from my teens to how I draw now. Once I got to the muscle magazines, it really changed. My art went from one style to another, like overnight, because the magazines were a great thing to start off with, but they only showed you that certain poses. I needed the comic books in order to get all of the different poses right, because that's um, people, the artists. You never see those angles. You really have to make up a lot of those angles. So only people who where you could see those angles really are in comic books. Showing people like Spider-Man jumping and swinging and all of these different angles. You can't find them, especially back when I was a kid. You can't find them nowhere. There was no internet. You couldn't buy a magazine to show you how to draw guys draw jumping around like this. There's no place you can go to see this type of representation. Now you got that all over the place. You go on the internet and bang, it's all up in your face. But not when I was a kid. You had to buy comic books. So if you wanted to learn how to draw like a comic book artist, you had to have a comic book. So those were my references. Muscle magazines. First, it was just drawing out of my head. I didn't really like. I did try to copy, but I hated it. Uh, I hated copying because it never looked like the drawing. So and I just didn't want to draw like those guys. And I thought to myself that that's not the way to draw. That's not the way to learn. Because again, I had nobody to teach me, nobody to give me advice. There was no. There was probably a Cubit school back then. I don't know. You talking about the 70s? I don't know if it was the Cubit school. It was some other school, but there was no school that I can get to. So, um, working on trying to to uh, learn the things that I needed to learn. I had to just work at it. There was no going online and finding it. There was no going to the library and finding it, because they didn't teach those things. There wasn't no. I don't know what kind of schools they had in other people's neighborhoods, but I grew up in a, well, maybe not poor neighborhoods, but they daggone sure didn't have any type of comic book teachings, anything. I knew one kid who drew as much as I did, and his style didn't mesh with mine too tough. But he went to art school. He went to art school, and that's where. So I he taught me a few things about inking, and well, not really inking. I was amazed with uh, his coloring skills. He could color his ass off. But again, he was taught all of that stuff, color theory and all that. I didn't know any of that. So I had drawn something and asked him to color it and ink it and all of that. And before, when he showed it to me, and back then, if you handed your work to somebody to color and ink, and they messed it up, there was no second chance. There was no, well, I'll just uh, take the file back to its original form, or he's doing it on a different layer, so I just scrap his layer and do it from scratch myself. No, it was pen and ink to paper. So once he destroyed it, it was destroyed forever. And he destroyed it, in my opinion, because it didn't look like my art style. It looked like his. It looked like every part of it was his. None of it looked like my work. The the figure, the representation of what I drew was there, the same pose, but other than that, every part of the it's like because I thought I drew better than him. I thought I drew way better than him, right? I have the drawing, one of his drawings, and one of these days I'm gonna scan it and I'm gonna put it into the so that when I talk about it, I could show and you could judge for yourself. As I don't want to just put somebody and say I drew better, and but anyway, say someone you were close to, but and y'all both drew, but you felt he needed more work than you. Let's put it like that. He needed a lot more work than you did as far as your art style were, and I felt I was further ahead. So, but he was further ahead with the inks and the pens and the colors, the inks and the colors. So I felt that being that he was in art school, he would know. I'm sure John Burns didn't let whoever inked him totally transform his pencils into this inker's drawing style so that it's no longer looks like John Burns' style. It looks like this inker's style of drawing. And that's basically what this kid did to me. He just destroyed my work, in my opinion. He turned it into his art, and I was upset. I was highly upset. I'm telling you, I just couldn't get up, but there was nothing I could do because I knew there was no getting it back. I thought it was one of the best drawings that I had drawn at that point in with my artist skills, and I felt that he just totally destroyed my piece. And I got on him for. I said, "Why would you do that?" He said, "That's how you do it." I said, "No, John Burns. You would never see John Burns." And I used that argument. You would never see John Burns work look like the dude who inked it. How you can't have the dude inking it totally destroying what John Burns put. He has to state what John Burns put down there and not put his influence on it. Of course, there's going to be some of his influence, but that's mostly going to be with the shadowing and oh, what did I just do? Yeah, that's mostly going to be with the shadowing and stuff like that. It's not going to be with the form. It's not going to be destroying the form itself. Oh, that's what happened. This is all in the same layer. Oh, no. Oh, no. Was it supposed to be like that? Was it supposed to be like that? Was it supposed to be like that? I forgot. Okay, we're gonna have to work on something like we're gonna have to do something about that. See, now I'm working on this hand. Damn it. We're gonna have to do something about this. Okay, and this is the okay. Huda, Huda. No, I can't do that. I'm trying to figure out how I can delete this and keep that. Yeah, let me just. Mm, mm. Okay, his arm's looking a little too thick. He's a skinny dude. He's looking too muscular. We're gonna get tricky here. Let me see. Hmm. This has to move down here. Oh man. See, this is the struggle. My eye can't see it no more. This is wrong. See, I just saw this position with the stone god characters. Just saw this position with the stone god characters. Let me pop that sucker up here right quick. Let's find out. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. All right. Stone God, Stone God, Stone God. Where are they? Where are you? There you go. All right. Let me. That's what I'm looking for. Basically. Okay, I got the palm here. And then this comes up here in the back like this. And this comes up here. Boom, like this. Hold on. All right, this goes into a triangle shape like here. You see, this is goes across the back of the hand. It's triangle like this, and back here like this. And then there's this rectangle over here. Goes like this, and this, and this. Goes like that. But of course, I would, yeah, cut that off like this. Now we get rid of this. Try to soften this up. Get rid of some of this. And this comes down here like that. This goes up like that. Yeah, but that's what's wrong. Okay, let me see. You gotta get this the thumb up in here. See, I can't get the angle. It's just some of these angles have to have an angle. Heavy metal, y'all. And my angles are off. I'm trying to show two different things. Can't be shown necessarily. All right. Okay, let's see what I can do here. Let me see, this knuckle comes up here. And This is Sparta. Maybe this comes out here. Let me see. That's what's wrong. Angle. Let's see if I can get this right. Okay, let's get this. All right, let's see. See, I knew right where to put everything. See these little dark spots along the knuckles? That all helps to shape everything. Hmm. Messed it up. This got to be wider. Shape of that finger, so the pinky's got to go the other way towards the inside of the hand. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's got to go this way. This comes in this way. That's small. That's tiny. That's okay. That's why we got digital. The digital could just boom, grab that sucker and zoom it, big it up like that. Okay, get your butt in place, buddy. You pain in the ass. All right. Hmm. Yeah, it looks too small. That looks better. Yeah, it looks a lot better. Just this. All right. I know I'm slow. I know. Don't don't beat me. But we're gonna keep working on this until we get faster. We're gonna get better, and we're gonna finish it. So we got forever. There's no rush, really. No rush. I'm not going nowhere. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Have to come back and go over all of this stuff. Figure out the way his pecs are going. Yeah, that's where that comfortability comes in. Okay. Yeah, go on. It's over 3.5 hours. Just messing around with fingers, man. Fucking fingers, man. But you see, I'm getting better quicker. So, like I said, it's not gonna be your favorite character you ever made. Scoophead? No, I just created him. Yeah, I haven't got time to get attached to him. All of these guys are brand new. These older drawings, all of those dudes are the ones that I'm more attached to. Blackmail. Um, if you see, if you watch one of my videos talking, matter of fact, there's a video I put out called. Let me see. What is that called? Where I actually showed. Where are my uploads? I showed. What did I show? My first comic books ever? No. Might? Cameos? It might have been the Mike cameos. What am I thinking? Hold on. What did you ask me? Was it my favorite? When did I show? When did I show? Was it my favorite? I showed my Bible, and I showed the first pages. I showed Blackmail. What made me the artist I am today? These made me the artist I am today. It could be that, and not in the parentheses. It could be in the Mike cameo. It's about 50 minutes, but it's 60 minutes. It's about an hour long. But I think in that video, my first comics I ever know, it wasn't in that. Could have been. It could have been in any one of those. It could have been in those one of those two. Uh, Mike, where I showed a bunch of the characters that's gonna be in the book, and I've blackmailed he's gonna be in there, but that's gonna come way down the line. I have a whole storyline. I know his origin story. I know everything about him. I created that character years ago when I first started the Bible, but definitely I showed it in the one with the Bible. My first page, the first page of the Bible, of my Bible. Yeah, my Bible, page one. Yeah, I did that in April, August of last year. My Bible, page one. In that one, I definitely showed blackmail because he's only in the Bible. That's the only drawing I've ever done of him. He's in the front page. He's like one the first character I drew because Blackmail was the name, and then in the front of the book, because I think that was the first book I was supposed to do was Blackmail, and I drew him in the front. He was the first character I drew in the front. The back half was supposed to be a couple of hundred names for the book that I wanted to create. And then in the front, I was gonna my favorite names that I had at that time. I was gonna do all of those characters, their origins and stuff. So I think I got up to about 4 or 5. Mega was one of them. Blackmail, another named Edict, uh, another one. I think Man of War. Couple of other ones. A couple of other ones, but Igneous Igneous, the one that I showed a picture of him, the space. He looked like he was in a space suit, and then there was a big head next to him. That's Igneous. He's like a rock dude. Um, I have a whole origin story on him and how he becomes who he becomes. Might, I mean, Might wasn't even supposed to. He was nowhere in there. He wasn't even one of my first characters. The reason why I'm drawing Might and making the Might comic book is he was supposed to be a throwaway character. I never really liked Might. I really didn't until I started really fleshing out his story is when I really started coming around to liking him. And I still have other characters that I like better than him. Might was supposed to be a story that was supposed to be about a revolution between man and superpowered humans and superhuman powered humans going against each other. It was supposed to be a war against different ideologies. And a man gets killed by the cops. And of course, that was the motivation. It was the cops because this happened back. It's been happening all my life, as far as I can remember, especially as a teenager growing up. That's what I know. You got to be careful because the cops will shoot you. So, um, it was right after one of those main events where these cops shot these guys outside of a disco or a club, and they were in the car. I think it was in New York, and they just shot these dudes up. It was a big story all through the news, and I think it was a big case, and I think all of the cops got off on that case. But I it motivated me to write the story. So what happened is the story is supposed to go that Mike is supposed to uh the same people were in it. The same my favorite characters that well, all of them were going to be in it. There was going to be hundreds of characters in it because it was going to turn into this all-out civil war that destroys the country. Uh, uh, Mike's side was going to take like the eastern coast of the United States, and I'm still going to do that, but it's going to be an Elseworld. It's going to be an alternate reality story, and that's the only story that I'm going to do like that. But because I had already written it up, and that was the original story for Mike. It was this revolution. He had this still story is still gonna be in there, but it's gonna go a different way. It starts off. Uh, this story is basically in there, except for the revolution part is never gonna happen because in my revolution, Mike was probably gonna get killed uh, somewhere along the line. My thought process was Mike was going to get killed. He's going to get taken out, and the other dude, the dude that I like better, was going to take up the fight. Because I never really cared for Mike. Like I said, I cared about the legacy dude. I got another character that's coming up. He's more of a gang leader, and he's gonna be the dude. And really, it was them that Mike and him were at odds with each other, and he was telling Mike about how Mike doesn't care about the people because they both black, but he's like, Mike don't care about the people in the hood. You only come up here when you looking to arrest somebody or kick somebody ass. You never come up here when we need help. So, because Mike kind of stationed in the city protecting the rich folks, the and I kind of had the legacy dude, the Harlem, the Uptown warlord. He was because he got like several names: Uptown Warlord, the Urbanite, all kinds of different shit. So he was supposed to be uptown, kind of like Harlem is to Manhattan, and 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 that's back when Harlem is big time drugs and just drugs all over the place. But they mostly kept that out of the main part of the city where all of the business took care. So that's what my mentality. Mike was down there protecting the main uh, businesses and all of the rich folks. And he never really came to the lower income. That was for the lower grade superheroes. And basically, when this there's going to be incident where the cops kill this black dude, and basically Mike is up there, and him and Legacy are going at it. Yo, f you, this that. You don't come up here, this that, and it's like time has passed since that incident, and another incident had come. Say like Mike and him don't like each other. So Mike and him has getting into this is after the killing, and Mike and him had gotten into it again and again and again, and then uh, eventually they got into it this last time. And as Mike was leaving, he witnesses a cop killing someone unarmed, just not listening the way he was supposed to listen, and he just got killed. But he was unarmed. There was no real threat. And Mike witnesses it, goes down there, and he's heated. So he goes down there and he confronts the cop, and the cop don't really have no real reason for why he did what he did. And Mike lost it and kind of kills the cops. There's two of them, but the cop goes to the partner goes to the aid of his partner. So Mike just is angry, he's frustrated. He witnesses this murder go down right in his face. He witnesses the cop kill this kid, this unarmed individual with no real reason for it. And so he goes down there and basically is chastising the cops, and the cop ain't really talking. And like I said, he's heated from this altercation that he just came from with Legacy. And so he kind of takes it out on him because that the whole thing that he don't care about black folks and all of this stuff like that. He kind of goes after this cop, and he winds up killing him. And the cop shoots him, and he kills them both. So, Mike, they want to take him into custody. So there's a bunch of superheroes that come to try to take him into custody, and Legacy is there. Yeah, you finally did the right thing. Yeah. All of this stuff. Fuck that. You can't do that to him. Yo, represent all of this garbage like that. And they take him away. But Legacy is looking to create a problem. And because of what the incident, and finally he's like, yo, Mike is on the right side of things. And so the superheroes start taking sides. They start taking sides, and it start getting more hectic than when people's like, nah, y'all not gonna lock him up. The cops get away with it all the time, all of this type of stuff, and they just start taking sides, and it gets out of hand and starts de-escalating into, or it starts declining into a civil war situation where they're fighting each other, and the army is being called out, and they're fighting, and then more superheroes on the other side is changing their mind and they're flipping to the might side, and they're trying to, it just devolves into an all-out war to where they take part of the eastern coastline and they say we're keeping it, the White House, everything. They got everything locked down, and it just goes crazy, and people are just going to war. And like I said, I intended at some point in there that Mike was going to get it, and Legacy was going to take the lead, and it was going to go from there. I don't know how I was going to end it, but I had a lot of it planned out, and then when I got started listening to EVS and everybody talking about there's I'm seeing these guys making all of these hundreds of thousands of dollars, man. And I realize they have their own web, they already have their customer base and everything like that. But I said, yeah, go on, I could draw. I've been creating characters all of these years. I got characters, I got stories. Let me get into this. So, but I hadn't drawn. My mom's had passed away and I hadn't drawn. So I was just showing my old stuff. And I figured I could just get right back into it. I know how to draw. I can just get right back in. But while I'm trying to get back into it, I'm seeing I'm lacking a lot of skills that I once had. And my inking skills is non-existent whatsoever. So now I know I have to learn inking, and so I'm here trying to practice. I bought pens, I bought ink, I'm practicing. I got quills, I got nibs, I got all kinds of stuff. So I'm trying to practice, but this is not something that you pick up. And it's absolutely totally different, traditional from digital. It's totally different to me. It's a lot simpler for me traditionally. It's just the cross hatching and getting the look that I want. That's still not happening. I'm finding myself doing things that I see other people do, and I'm really looking for my own style. I'm really looking for something that I can do for me. That's what got me where I am, my art the way it is, because I never wanted to follow another artist. I liked other artists. I studied other artists' work, but I never wanted to draw like another artist. I guess it's like whether David Finch says, but he says other art. You should follow other artists and draw other artists, but draw multiple different artists. Me, I had 3 artists that I really was in love with back in the days, and I never tried to draw like any of them. I just tried to make my art look better. And so I already drew in a certain style, but there were things that I saw, like in John Burns, the abdomen part of the body, the separation right here. See, between the pecs and the abdominals, this ridge of cartilage or rib cage. The some people, their muscles go all the way up. A lot of people, their muscles go all the way up to the pecs, the abdominals. And there are some people who separate, their ribs separate. And I thought that I was wrong, that the comic book style separating the rib, putting this separation from the abdominals to this little area of rib cage above the abdominals. I thought that's how people's body really were. And then I started watching UFC. This is recent years, last 10 years, 5 to 10 years, I would say. And I was specifically looked for people who had that separation, and I've seen it on people. They do have that separation. The abdominals still go up, but you can clearly see where the rib cage goes over, crests right here, and separates the abdominal See, right in here is the xiphoid processor, and then all of this right here is really cartilage. Right in here, this area is cartilage, and there's a bone that comes down called the xiphoid processor that kind of holds that together. It is a bone down the center, and it points down, and it comes to a point right about here. Now, a lot of people, their abdominal muscles come all the way up right to the pecs. And I like this, and I got this from John Burns. I got that separation from John Burns. There's a lot of guys who draw like that, but in real life, it's not typical to see that. But like I said, I watched the UFC and I saw people coming out looking just like that with that separation. So that's why I said, the heck with that. I'm keeping, I'm not, because you see other artists come along and they draw it differently and you start saying, maybe I'm wrong. So then I said, nah, I'm keeping it. This is how I like my style, what I want my style to look like. So I'm keeping it. So, but I draw this part. See these curves for the ribs? I draw all of that different now. I don't, it just, you have to draw that different. This is too hard. It just comes across way too hard. So it's got to be a subtlety in there some way. So that's why you see when I draw my ribs, I kind of, let me see if I have something that I could show. Yeah, this is more like how I draw my ribs now. This is closer to it. There's a subtlety to how you put your ribs in there. It's you gotta go. Well, David Finch does his differently. He kind of does his little lines and then he puts the shadow in, and right where the connections from, like where the connection where the ribs connect with the abdominals, he'll thicken it up and make like a little triangle sort of forms in order to uh, connect, make those connections more solid, more. I guess the shadowing expands it. You see a little triangle type. Let me see. Say this is where the rib cage, right in here. This will be that area. Now this line will come up here, but these little connections right in here is where the connections we get. You see, and that's so it'll be these little things that makes things connect better, and that's when you bring your abdominals in. But you do the same thing in here. Be these connections, that these little points of connection that you thicken up. See, this is what I'm trying to do with my inking. See, he does this little lines, and then he'll come back and he'll thicken up where the shadows are, and then he'll go down and he'll the connection points, and then he'll leave the thin part still thin. That's what I'm trying to do. Where the light comes in. See, the light's coming from this direction, so then the shadow is over here. Shadows over here. Shadows over here. Shadows on these sides. So this is what I'm saying. The connections you gotta make, and I can know what to do. It's just I know what to do. It's just getting the ink to that point. Now I can do it all scratchy like this if that works too. If they say yeah, that's good too. But I see these guys do it. They do use crisp lines, straight to the point. They know what they're doing, man. And I just want to get to that point where I'm using the same types of straight finish lines, and then I come in with a thicker pen, and then I could press harder and learn how to go from thick to thin. And it's not the same with the pen because of with this because it's not the same with traditional. With traditional, you can just it's all about the control of the tip of your pen. Well, this is not the same because I guess you got to up the sensitivity and learn how to. And this is the parts that I'm having trouble getting the line, that thin line in, and then coming in later. First getting the thin line in to get my border right, then coming in with the thick line later and laying it back in. But say where the light is hitting, that's not where I'm gonna leave that thin. But down here where the connection comes, maybe I'll make that a little thicker. Or up here, make that a little thicker. But in the center where the light is hitting the hardest, you're gonna want that to be thin. So you want your lines to be thick and thin, but even on the where the light is hitting, there's certain points where you could thicken up just to give your lines a little bit more weight and character. And then on the inside, you'll put in heavy lines for the shadow. And then you come in and you do some more shadow. You put in your heavier shadows and then come in and you soften the edge, making the gradient because it just doesn't get dark. And then not only that, you could also leave a reflected light area for, I'll come back in like this, and then I'll, right, and then this will, but there's techniques to make that look good. Oh, this is the thick one. When you do that, you gotta come in with the thinner. This is what they say how to do it, but I'm not good. This is bad angle. I gotta learn how to. Yeah, see, that's better. And then they come across with the crosshatch. See, and this is where I'm losing it because that doesn't look good like how they do it. And this is what I'm learning. This is the stuff that I'm trying to get right. I know you're supposed to build up the line, and then you got to keep to the contour. But then I know you also. See, I like the 45-degree line where they come or where they do that real. and they get that cross. But again, I know I'm not. This is why digitally my hand is not. See, I can't get my lines even. Creating different patterns, man. See, I don't want to do the checkerboard thing. I see so many people do like David Finch does the checkerboard. He knows what he's doing, right? I see other people doing that, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because I see so many other people like it's the new style, so everybody's jumping on it, and I don't want to do that. So I'm practicing with all of this stuff, but mostly I'm practicing not digitally. I want to get traditional down before I worry about digital, because digital is more difficult for me because of the drag that I don't feel. There's more drag when I'm working with pen and paper. These slick surfaces, and I'm not buying all that stuff. Not what I wouldn't buy those texturized surfaces and whatever that comes with those tablets. I need to get a different tablet anyway because mine is extremely small. Or I want to get one of those monitors, the Cintiqs, or the G pens, or what are those something pens? So I want to get one of those because looks that seems to be more like traditional drawing, putting your pen to put it where you want it and seeing exactly where you have your pen and being able to, instead of, that's another thing that's about digital with this tablet, whatever you call these things, is knowing when, putting your pen down and knowing when you're getting the exact spot so that you can do things and really precise stuff. I want to create this character. I'm about to erase all of this stuff. Yeah, I need to start drawing with this pen. Yeah, I'm not going to use it. I've listened. I'm doing things the way I see other people doing, and I need to find my own way. And this is the first time I'm really realizing that. I probably wouldn't be struggling this much if I had been drawing with this in the first place. We could do this another time. It's been over it's been about 4 hours, I think, of me doing things that I shouldn't have been doing. But we're gonna be coming back tomorrow. As far as I'm concerned, I haven't getting any phone calls, and 9 o'clock in the morning, I doubt if I'll be getting any phone calls by then. So I'll be back tomorrow. We'll get back on this and the others. We're gonna get back on this and the other guys. Inking, getting everything finished. At least we got the hands done. I like the hands. I like the way it happens with the hands, both of them. I really like what I achieved with the hands. Yep, that's a lot better. Oops, this is a lot better. Hold on. You go back. Get over there. This is a lot better. A lot better. Now I might have to make these two fingers a little bit bigger, but other than that, this is great. This is exactly what I wanted. I might have to make the thumb a little bit shorter, but other than that, this is great. So we got that done. We got both hands done, so that's better. That's better. And we're going to continue working on this guy. Maybe we'll work on a couple of them at the same time. That way, we won't get so. When we start going off on our flights of fancy, we'll be on another character. But we're going to keep working on this. Um, Again, we're going to tighten this up until we get it right. And we're going to put in the colors. We're going to do everything we need to do. And put them on a background, and then move on to the next. As long as I'm alive, we're gonna keep it going. All right, so we're gonna work on him and probably Wise or Dragon next. Probably Wise or Dragon. Yeah, work on Wise. I want something where I could see the logo on his chest a little bit easier. Well, all of them. He's the only one. Scoophead was the only one with the difficult position because the foreshortened chest. We'll work on him. You got Snakehead over here. He's another good one we could work on. The female we're gonna save for the middle. Where is the rest of her? Okay. Okay, female is gone. Oh, there she is. Nope. Hey, where did the female go? I must have moved her further down the pack. There she is. Put her in front. Yeah, I'm gonna work on her because the logo on her is gonna be. Oh, it shouldn't be that difficult. The breasts will make it a little bit, but nah, it shouldn't be that difficult. Might have to redo her, shorten up her midriff a little bit. It's looking a little bit long, but we'll work on her hips. We'll get her hands in the positions that they're supposed to be. We'll get all of that worked out. We're gonna work every last one of them until they're finished and tight with their costume on and flying out here in space. And then we're gonna work on a couple of more bad guys. We're gonna have a bad guy group. He's not gonna be there. Just gonna be the good guys. Then we'll put a bad guy, maybe a couple of these dudes that I was showing. Sorry about that. Let me see where did I have him. A couple of these guys that I have over here. Take Wise out. Oh, okay. Yeah, this dude over here. The three-headed dude. Probably bring them in here. And this dude with the horns. Gonna have some dudes that we can be playing around with. All my doodles. Because I'm gonna need a lot of bad guys. I'm gonna need bad guys for my interstellar nebula character. We might need more bad guys for the characters that we're making right now. We're gonna need bad guys for all kinds of things, man. There's gonna be a lot of things we're gonna be touching damn base with when it comes to might. We're going to be going into different planets. We're going to be going in different areas of space. We're going to be going to different dimensions. We're going to be dealing with magic. We're going to be dealing with a lot of different things. So everything, all the different types of creatures and organisms that we can create is going to be a plus for the mighty universe. So as long as we keep creating different things, the better for the might universe. The bigger it gets, because you might see me create it now, but they might not pop up for several years until that part of the story or the part of the until that story comes about, that storyline becomes necessary to drive my adventures to the next experience that takes us closer to the ultimate end, because I can't do this forever. And there's other characters that I want to bring out, and I don't know how long to be alive. So this is not gonna. Hopefully, I can say if I live 20 years, and if I knew I was gonna live for 20 years, I would make sure that might ends by at least 19. I would make sure that it have a complete total ending by 19 years. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to get all of this stuff done and have everything completed. And then if there's time, I can start something on some of these other characters or get involved with other books that I've already introduced, but other artists are doing. Like um, after Mike drops and we get the first campaign done, the second campaign, I'm going to have three other characters: the Nebula character, Cameo, and Everman. Everman, but I won't be able to draw those books. I'm going to have to hire other artists to draw them. And for as long as they want to draw the books and writers to help write the books, they'll do it. And then say when I retire, uh, one of those books become available, I'll just jump right on and take over. You see? So I'll always have something in the works that I can jump in on, or I can bring another character in that I want to see in the Might universe, and or bring him through the Might universe so that he can spin off into his own book. So that's what the plans are for Might. Might is he went from being this revolution uh mini series. I don't know if it's gonna be a series. It was gonna be a series, but it was gonna end. It was gonna have a beginning, middle, and an end, and now it's gonna be it. That's why I say I want to continue doing that, because we need stories like that. I believe that's why manga is doing so much better than American comic books, because most of their stories have beginning, middle, and end. And even if they run on forever, the characters suffer consequences, you know? And so I want to do the same thing. It's not going to be manga, but my characters are going to suffer consequences. Characters are going to die, and you'll never see them again. There will be some characters that get resurrected, but there's going to be specific reasons. There's not going to, and I'm talking about when there's major events, there's going to be major events. A lot of people are going to get dealt with. It's not just going to be, uh, okay, this major event happens and we lost. We lost homeboy. Oh no, how do we lose? No, it's gonna be like, damn, we lost 5, 6 dudes. Yeah, so yeah, then we have to replenish replenish the faculty with other characters. See, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm gonna have, if we when we have major events, it's gonna be major events. It's gonna be real war. So you don't just lose one dude in a platoon, man. You usually lose several. So, and then you have to be resupplied, more men, bring them up from the back. Some dude just getting out of boot camp is coming in. Oh, he's probably going to be the first to get it. Stuff like that, you know. So, yeah, this is what I have involved. And these guys are going to be coming way down the line to introduce themselves. This is when I want to get into more serious outer space events. This is when that's going to happen because we're going to have a few outer space events, but that's probably going to be along the lines with the Nebula character at first. We're going to be heading out into space because he kind of works Earth's region of space in the Milky Way. So those are probably going to be some of the first types of stories that we're going to be telling when we go into space. But at first, everything's going to be about. Well, we're going to introduce the character right out the gate. The Nebula character. He's going to be in the first opening pages. He's going to be in the first book of the first 68 page giant size edition. He's going to be in that, and then he's going to leave, and that's going to be his introduction, and that Nebula character, Everman, and then after that they're going to leave after those that first initial contact, and then the second two books of the graphic novel, because it's going to be three. It's going to be the 68 page giant size first edition, and then there's going to be two follow-up books, 28 I mean 20 to 20 to 24 pages, and whichever, it's going to add up to 48 pages no matter what, whether it's 22, 26, or 20, 28, or 24, 24, or however it goes, they're going to be add up to 48 pages. So it's going to be a 68 page and a 48 page book that come together in the giant size, in the graphic novel, the first graphic novel. So you're going to have at least that. Uh, we might expand that to 120 from 116 pages, but that'll be, we'll see, because I'm drawing up, I'm mapping out all of the fight scenes, and because I know I want to get certain amount of stuff in the first book and a certain amount in those second two books, so I have to map all of that stuff out and draw it to fit, and then make sure I have the story in there that I want. I can't cut things out that are vital to my story. So all of these things are going to be part of what I'm doing. Are part of what I'm doing. Remember, I've never done this before to this degree, as far as drawing and writing the book. I've written a lot of stuff, but I haven't really done all of the panel work. I've done a couple of pages of panel work, but not for an entire book. So this is what I'm doing. I'm mapping everything and making sure that so when I put the book out, the story is going to be there to intrigue you and lead you towards the next, wanting to the next book, all while introducing new characters. Well, every character is going to be new, but there's going to be Mega. He's going to be in the pages of Might for a while until something happens. And then Cube to the second power, he's going to be in the pages of Might for a while until something happens. And the recurring bad guy, he's going to be, these are all origin stories that's going to be happening in the pages of Might as you read it. All while Might is going through his trials and tribulations with these super bad Illuminati type uh, characters who are at war with other Illuminati type characters. So yeah, that's basically what Might is all about. It's an expansive universe. These guys are gonna come in. First, they're gonna be on Earth. Then we'll have something come threaten the Earth. First, it's gonna be about threaten the city. Then it's gonna be about threaten the the state or something bigger. And then it'll be about threatening the United States, or it's just gonna get bigger and bigger. Then we'll be threatening the solar system, threaten the planet, threaten the solar system, threaten the galaxy, and it's gonna get bigger. It's gonna get bigger, but it's gonna come in ways of first they introduce small things like something will happen, somebody from another planet comes and say, hey man, something's going on, this, that, and the next. I've come to help you, or we need your help. And it's gonna open it up. And then after that, a threat will come to the planet because we're now more known to the universe, something like that, or something that we do create in helping that other group puts an eye on us. We kill somebody we wasn't supposed to kill or that needed killing, but so now they say, oh, you're helping. So now Earth is now a target. So they come and start attacking Earth. These are the types of things that I'm planning. I'm not saying it's going to go down exactly like that. I'm just saying these things are the thought processes that are going through my brain on how to expand it and get to the next stages of um, expanding my universe so that you get to see all of these different things that I have set up that I want. There's going to be the center of the universe that we're going to go visit for some reason or another. We're going to have the edges of the universe that we're going to go and visit for some reason. We're going to be attacking some of the creators of the universe for some reason. I'm telling you, all of these things are coming. And it's going to take years for me to get to all of these storylines. So be patient with me. But we have the characters, we have the stories, we have the outlines of a lot of this stuff written out. So I know the direction that Mike's going to go. I just have to write all of the details, all of the little stuff that makes those little connections, why certain people get killed or who's betraying us, why. See, these are people stuff. I have written overall arcing storylines that don't have anything to do with specific people. Now I have to write all of the little specific people parts. So it's a lot. And as we grow and we get to these little details, we're going to find out how individuals become major parts and become bigger. There's certain people I know I want to get bigger and become something more than what they are now. And there's other people I have no idea what I'm going to do with them. And we'll find out later on. So I don't know the whole story. I just know the overarching outlines, the basic overall, okay, I know I want them to confront some mega maniacal other planet who's destroying things or conquering things. So these things I know I want to address, but I just don't know how I'm going to get to that point yet. But I have thoughts about all of that. So that's what that's what we're doing. This is what occupies all of my time every day, no matter what I'm doing. These connections and how I'm going to get from one story to the next, how I'm going to make the stories seem dramatic and heartfelt, and not only heartfelt but intriguing and exciting and adventurous and new and fresh all of the time. I don't want everything to seem to be the same thing, just rehashed over and over and over. Like I say, I watched 24 for what, 8 seasons, and it always seemed fresh. It always seemed like something new, even when they was just doing the same types of things over and over. It always, I was always interested, always wanted to see what was coming next, and that's what I want for Might and the Might universe with all of these characters. Because I'm telling you, you're gonna see a lot of people, a lot of different stories. I expect by the end, I'll have like 10 different books out there. Hopefully, that's coming out at different points of the year, because with the different characters, I've already got four: Might, um, Might, Cameo, Everman, and my Nebula character. And if Mega, Cube spin off, that's six. And then with Blackmail, that's seven. So that's already a lot. And then if this group blow up, that's eight. So I definitely want a couple of groups, team books. So that's eight. So and there's the team that I showed you before in pencil with team that I showed you with the black dude in the back and the girl that I said I didn't want to draw her face. I want to do that. I want to do this team. I want to flush them out and make them into a team. These guys. So yeah, man. I've got a lot of characters, a lot of bad guys. I've got tons of bad guys. I got way more bad guys than I got good guys. So that's not a problem. It's just making them look badass. That's the designing stages. But everything else, man, these guys I want to be a thing. So eventually I'm gonna want to do Blackmail. So I'm gonna want to do these guys. I want to do the intergalactic guys. I guess my Green Lantern Corps, you could call them if you need to, but then they're nothing like Green Lantern. They have no ring. Uh, well, we'll get to it. You'll see who they are when I get to describing them and who they're fighting and what's it all about. Again, I haven't really fully flushed out that, but I don't need to right now. I have years from what I at least 3, 4, 5 years before I think I'm gonna get anywhere near their story. Because like I said, there's stuff on Earth we have to tend to first, and other immediate threats to the solar system and to our planet and all of that we have to get to first. And I figure at least 4 to 5 years before, unless I can get 2 to 3 books out a year of Might, then it'll come about a lot faster. So if I get two out a year, maybe it won't take 4 or 5 years to get that. Maybe it'll only take 2 or 3. If I get 3 books out of years, then I can say most definitely it'll probably get there by 2 or 3. So yeah, that hand came out really good, man.
That fingers came out good. I had to work it for a while, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, but this is what that satisfaction of getting it right. This is why I draw, because I can do what I want. Nobody tells me what I do, and when I get it right, is that dopamine or whatever it is, that adrenaline, that rush, whatever it is. It's it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to feel. Okay, let's. Alrighty then. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here. It's 4.5 hours. Wow. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here. Um, I'm gonna get something to eat. And we're gonna come back and we're gonna work it. We're gonna keep working it until we get it right. Don't worry. I'm not gonna give up. You see, I don't give up, man. When I want to get something right, I'm gonna keep working it. And that's how I got better. Keep working it. Keep working it. You find a different way. You find a different way until it works. You find something that works. You find a shorthand that works for you, and that's what makes you get better. When you find that thing that works for you, and then you find a shorthand that makes it faster and more satisfying. It's more satisfying to you, and when you find that, that's when your artwork gets better. It improves, and then you want to do more to make it better. That's when you go to other artists. That's why I say it's best to find your anatomy first. I'm not going to tell you to rack your brain right out the gate. When you're a young artist, just have fun, but there's going to be a point when you want to get better. That's when you need to have anatomy. You need to have some kind of anatomy, some true to life anatomy. Either, well, these guys say Bridgman and all of these guys, but as far as I'm concerned, that's just some other artist that's doing anatomy. Most anatomy books are another artist's interpretation, but they try to stay as true to real life as possible. I found this book that I'm going to put do a video about. It's about muscle building, but it shows it all drawn where you can see the skeleton, the muscles, and the outer skin. And they show you doing these different positions. But for anatomy, it's a great book. It's a really good book, and I'm going to do a video on that. I've had it for a few years. It's a really good book. I got it from Amazon, and I bought it because of the skeleton. I'm creating these ragmen, and I've never built one before from scratch, and I never researched skeletal anatomy, and I was building this ragman from the skeleton out. So I had to build a skeleton for it first, but I didn't know anything about skeletal anatomy because I didn't need it for what I'm doing. I like muscles, so I didn't need skeletal anatomy. So this was in the last 5 years. I started doing research on skeletal anatomy so that I could build these, because I want to build the perfect mannequin for posing so that I could put the mannequin in a position so that when I'm drawing, if I come up on something that's really, really difficult that I've never drawn, I could use this, because those little wooden mannequins have the joints and they don't bend like a human body. But I'm building this thing out of cloth, and it's going to be able to move and bend just like a real human. Because it's cloth, you'll be able to fold his legs. It'll be able to give like a human flesh will give. You could cross his arms. A lot of these, they have the fashion dolls with the silicone skin and all that, but that deteriorates after a while. That gets hard and starts crumbling and gets brittle, and after a few years that's gonna get, become damaged, and and give you problems. What I'm doing is the cloth figures that I made as a kid. I can still play with them today. I have them, and I can still play with them. This is why and that's 40 years ago. So this is why I'm making these cloth figures, so that they're gonna be expensive. I know if I'm selling them to people, they're gonna be expensive because they're gonna take like a month or two to make each. So, but once I'm finished, they're gonna look like my drawings. I want them to look like the muscles and the representation that you see when you see my drawings. But except for you're gonna be able to dress them up in Viking outfits, fantasy outfits of all kinds, regular street clothes. I'm gonna be making it because I used to make my own clothes when I was a kid. Um, so I also had that kind of eye. I used to put clothes on because I used to make cloth figures for myself when I was a kid. So I used to have to make clothes for them. So my mother had a sewing machine, and I used to sew on that. That's what I used to make my own. I used to take old coats, cashmere coats, and cut them and turn them into short, like bomber coats, bomber jackets, and stuff like that. That's how I used to have new clothes. I would get old clothes and turn them into new stuff, or my brother's clothes, and I would turn them into the stuff that I liked and I would wear. So I have all of this stuff in my background and my mentality. So when I'm creating these cloth figures, that's what I want to do. I want to make them as perfect as I can, especially in their true form. I did a video showing it, my cloth figures or my ragmen, something like that. Um, I think it only got like a few views, but that's okay. That's because they can't see the finished product right now. Once they see the finished product, they'll know. It's only a few videos back. It was 40 something minutes, 50 minutes long, 48 minutes long, and it's called My Ragman, The Birth of Living Statue. Birth of the Living Statue. That's what because I want them to be used for like posing, so that you could you put them in those poses that you use mannequins for. But um, they will be they won't have any seams, they won't have any of those joints that you see, that just like those fashion dolls, they got rid of all of the seams. But because they're made of metal on the inside, a metal frame on the inside, and then this loose fitting rubber silicone outside, when you bend the joints, sometimes they don't bend properly and they don't look realistic. But because I'm building it like a real person, they're gonna have solid from the inside out. By the time I'm finished, it's all gonna be one cohesive piece, not two separate pieces floating over like this metal frame with the silicone outside floating over the frame. No, this is going to be one solid piece. So everything should move. The shoulders are going to be able to rotate and do everything. I think I put the video up. Yeah, I put the video up. If you watch it, I showed how to rotate the shoulder. I just got to pack on the muscles. I got to start packing on the muscles. I started doing it, but I can't focus on that while I'm drawing because I'm going to start taking days off just trying to finish that. And I really need to get the book out because people are going to be dependent on that. So I can't slack from one. I wanted to do both. I wanted to be able to do at least one or two while I'm drawing so that I could show it and maybe put one up during the campaign. But I don't know if I'm going to, because it's a lot of work, a lot of sewing by hand. I have to do a lot of stuff by hand. So yeah, let me get out of here. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't see any reason right now that I won't be back. Um, Tomorrow we're gonna be back here. We're gonna finish working on these. I'm gonna tighten up the inks, make it look more crisp and clean. And yeah, we're gonna get this finished, people. I'm really excited about finishing these characters. I really want y'all to fall in love with my characters and my drawing, my art, so that when it comes time to put Might out there, I know it's gonna be slow at first because nobody knows me, and I want to do it now. So, but I have no choice. It has to happen now. I don't want to wait for a year to say, okay, the book is finished, because you're still going to have to wait the year. So why not just put it out now and wait while I put out each page that I show? I'll be showing a lot of pages and a lot of stuff because, like I said, there's going to be a lot of it. Uh, and if the campaign does well enough, I'll have um, traditional art to sell with it, because I'll get the first thing I'll buy is a scanner, a large bed scanner, so that I can scan 11 by 17 all at one time and get the whole page in, so that I don't have to do a whole lot of extra work trying to line stuff up. But yeah, until then, we'll be back tomorrow, and we'll see how this campaign is going to work out. And yeah, come back, check us out, and let's see how this all unfolds, and all while unfolding the Might universe. So yeah, which is a hell of a lot of characters, a hell of a lot of stories to bring to you, all from the mind of the mighty monstrositus X, aka Jay DeLille. That's me, Jay DeLille. All right, I'm out, people. Thanks for coming. Please subscribe. Please share, like the videos. I know I'm not doing that well right now, but we will get better. We are going to get better. We're going to get faster. You see, my hands are getting better. Just in one stream, it got better. So from the beginning of the stream to the end of the stream, the hands got way better. So we're going to get better at all of this. And yeah, see you tomorrow.